Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a concept that's very difficult to imagine. A concept that even sounds more like science fiction than actual science. And well, here we're talking about the idea of nothingness not actually existing. Or I guess to be more precise, the idea that even complete vacuum still has a bunch of activity and a bunch of stuff happening at all times, even when you try to remove every single particle and every piece of energy from inside. And that's because based on a lot of principles of quantum physics, and especially the uncertainty principles, for many decades researchers theorized that even empty space is technically a kind of a boiling sea of various particles popping in and out of existence, just like you see in the simulation. This is also sometimes referred to as the quantum foam. And this quantum foam is filled with these very unusual virtual particles, or these individual residents of this quantum foam, that pop in and out of existence in just a fraction of a second. Or at least these are the concepts that have been used in math for a very long time. Because when it comes to these virtual particles, detecting them has been notoriously difficult. However, in a very recent study and a very recent exploration on detections from the particle physics, and specifically this particular study by the STAR collaboration that was recently published in Nature, researchers might have finally given us the first ever look at this somewhat bizarre invisible world. Or I guess just to rephrase this, they might have officially confirmed the existence of these virtual particles because a couple of them was potentially detected. And so in this video we're going to discuss some of the discoveries from the study in regards to both virtual particles and quantum foam, talk about how the scientists potentially caught these particles, and why this kind of changes certain things when it comes to understanding everything around us. But to understand why this is important, and to understand basically what we're discussing, let's first redefine the word vacuum. Because in everyday life, vacuum is just empty space. Like some kind of a science experiment where you have a bottle and you suck out all of the air. But in quantum physics, or I guess in the real world, space, as I mentioned, can never really be empty. And according to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, there's actually a limit to how precisely we can know certain measurements, especially when it comes to pairs of measurements, like for example, energy and time. And because of this uncertainty, the energy in a very specific point of space can and does fluctuate quite wildly. Or at least it does so for a tiny fraction of a second. And according to modern theories, during this very tiny period, a pair of particles, some kind of a particle and its antiparticle, can actually borrow some of the energy from vacuum in order to exist for a split second before colliding and vanishing again. So once again, this is kind of what's happening right here. They appear and disappear, appear and disappear. And in quantum physics, this is what's referred to as virtual particles. Now in this case, virtual does not mean they're fake. A much better word would have actually been transient. So they're basically transient particles. Something that was very theoretical, but was basically proven through various experiments, including things like the Casimir effect. This is a famous experiment where you basically take two relatively thin plates and place them next to each other at extremely close distance, and they'll actually start outside, they start to experience. And without these quantum fluctuations and these virtual particles, this is extremely difficult or practically impossible to explain. Additionally, there is something referred to as the Lamb shift, referring to a very slight change in energy when it comes to the hydrogen atom. And here this also cannot be explained unless the atoms were actually interacting with the quantum foam and essentially influencing the behavior of electrons, which then changes the overall energy levels. And so quite a lot of strange phenomena have been explained by the existence and the presence of these virtual particles. As a matter of fact, some physicists believe that these fluctuations are so intense that they can even change the geometry of space-time itself, which then creates this quantum foam visible on a very large scale. And technically, this is how many fluctuations in the oldest light in the universe can also be explained. The famous cosmic microwave background contains these individual fluctuations, which scientists think might have actually formed as a result of quantum foam in the first fraction of a second following the Big Bang.
Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2.
The space itself might not be very smooth, but rather kind of foamy. It's basically full of these bubbles, with ever-changing regions of space-time itself. Although interestingly, so far not a lot of proof of this has been discovered, with researchers using various telescopes like the Chandra telescope, and especially observing the light from distant quasars, so far not finding enough evidence. And specifically the light coming from them should be most elevated blurring if the virtual particles indeed produce so many effects. And that means that the evidence is kind of there, but not really there, as in scientists have never really had this very specific evidence for the existence of either quantum foam or these individual virtual particles. And that's kind of what this new study is trying to change. And so let's talk about this breakthrough from the Brookhaven National Laboratory. Because here, for the first time ever, researchers have traced powerful particle collisions. And so here, by smashing protons moving at 99.99% of the speed of light, a lot of these collisions created massive boosts of energy. And when certain virtual particles, such as for example strange quark and strange antiquark, happen to appear at just the right time as the actual collision between two different particles, at this exact time they can actually affect how the collision happens, but more importantly, a lot of this extra energy from the collision can then be captured, with the virtual particles now having enough energy to become real particles. In other words, just to rephrase this, if the collision happens in just the right time as the virtual particle appears very close to it, it can physically create new matter. But what makes this particular study important is, of course, how they were able to detect this and how they were able to prove it. Okay, so first, when various virtual quarks are born, they're usually produced in entangled pairs, meaning that they're fundamentally linked. That's the famous quantum entanglement principle. And because they're linked and because they're connected, the pair is always born with their spin pointing in the same direction. Or in scientific terms, they have a parallel spin. And just as a side note, in this case, spin refers to a very specific property of fundamental particles, very similar to other fundamental properties like mass and charge. And so here the particle doesn't actually spin. Instead, the spin produces a type of an angular momentum. But in this case, for both of these virtual particles, the spin is parallel and they're essentially aligned. But in order to find the signs of these particles, researchers had to focus on something very specific. And they chose a type of a particle that doesn't usually exist in nature for too long, but can be created in these particle physics conditions. These particles are actually known as lambda baryons, and in essence they represent a very exotic version of hydrogen. And so for a normal hydrogen atom, but for a lambda baryon, or specifically for a lambda hyperon, one of the quarks is replaced with something else that's more exotic. In this case, it's replaced with a strange quark. And so in this experiment, researchers discovered that when these bizarre hydrogen atoms or these lambda hyperons were produced very close together, their spins were perfectly aligned. They were kind of like quantum twins. And this correlation is a direct inheritance from these virtual quarks that were produced in vacuum. In other words, the only reason these particles were produced is because those strange quarks must have popped into existence from complete vacuum. There was no other way to explain this extremely high correlation of their spin. But when these particles were produced much farther apart, this correlation and connection always vanished, which presented researchers with an extremely strong evidence for the transformation of these virtual particles into actual quarks. In other words, this experiment almost definitively confirms that pure vacuum actually is quantum foam, and quantum foam sometimes creates particles out of basically nothing. Although in this particular case, because these were very exotic atoms, they eventually dissipated into pure energy. But the other question you might be asking yourselves, or I guess I was asking myself, is, does this have any practical use, or does this explain anything to us that we didn't really know before? And well, the thing is, it kind of does. And specifically in regards to the idea of mass. And that's because even after decades of research, we actually still don't really understand exactly where mass comes from. Now, approximately a decade ago, there was a lot of buzz and a lot of hype in the news in regards to the famous Higgs boson, because it was supposed to explain where mass comes from. And it kind of does, but it only explains like 1% of mass. It does not explain where 99% of mass comes from. And turns out that these virtual particles are extremely likely how the rest of the mass is produced. And so the real quarks inside a proton and inside all of the atoms in our body only contribute a tiny proportion of total mass inside any object. But most of the mass inside of us and pretty much all around us seems to come directly from the interaction of these real quarks and a massive swarm of virtual quarks and gluons that you can kind of see simulated in this older video we've discussed in the description. And so by tracing exactly how these particles become real, we may finally start to understand how mass itself is generated as well, and thus understand the physical mechanism that seems to create matter in the universe. Because even today it's still not entirely clear. But understanding this vacuum also helps us study much more exotic and potentially dangerous scenarios. For instance, there's one idea we've discussed previously referred to as vacuum decay. And that's the idea that suggests that our universe might be in the false vacuum state, or basically meaning that it's not in the lowest state of energy, and will eventually collapse into what's known as the true vacuum. And this would be something that expands at the speed of light and will completely rewrite physics in the entire universe practically instantly, which will kind of sort of make everything in that old universe, or basically our universe, impossible. So essentially we'll all kind of just disappear. You can learn about this concept in one of the previous videos in the description. Luckily for us though, the data from these experiments and all of the previous studies also suggest that this is extremely unlikely to happen anytime soon. And the fact that we're still here after approximately 14 billion years presents us with pretty strong evidence that at least for now the vacuum itself and the quantum foam seems to be pretty stable. But this doesn't change the fact that this discovery and this detection is still pretty important. Mostly because we're now moving from just kind of thinking that these particles are there to actively being able to reverse engineer how it creates matter and physically seeing how nothing can actually become something. As a matter of fact, this even shows us that nothing is more important than something. Oh, that's kind of philosophical, Anton. But anyway, on a more serious note, this here is a very important reminder that right now quantum physics is still the best theory of physics we have, and seems to indeed be correct in mostly everything. And so even empty space between stars, and even the gaps between atoms in our body, seem to be filled with this very complex, beautiful, and vibrant world that involves a lot of activity and creates a lot of effects in the entire universe. And of course makes our own existence possible. But we're still just learning about this, and so only future studies will tell what's really happening here. On that note, we'll come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support the channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
This one's from UPW Basic Trip. That's it. And basically, it's a stove, and like he's giving it more oxygen with the chain right now. That's why it's getting more. I think this is a lightning strike that happened in Dawson's. You have to chop it down. This is gnarly. The long blade he has. And he has to keep hitting the wedge. Or multiple wedges. And then he's got to back out really quick right here. He knows. Look at him get ready. He's done this before. Look at him. He doesn't want it to butt back at him, because sometimes it'll splinter out towards you. It's very dangerous work. Look at it fall. Pretty. He did a great job. Then cut. Oh. No BL timber. You could have cooked on that. Like, the amount of heat. For sure. Oh, shit.
Guys, like, I mean, like, I mean, are y'all sure it's safe? I mean, because I really, like... Guys.
We're out of stim packs. Maybe you'd be better off with an autodoc suit.
Victory! Sweet, sweet victory.
No more stim packs.
What is that? Oh, I remember this. He's like, I should have just stopped.
I should have fucking stopped it.
All right, Burger King has a beef with McDonald's. It all started with this viral video we told you about yesterday.
You'd
The
think he'd
CEO of
run, but-
McDonald's trying its
It's not
new Big Arch Burger. Do we have
Hey,
that?
that's
Let's
good
see it.
pose.
There he is, right? A little bitty, itty bitty bite.
To me, it's the office. He's like in his sweater in the office, like.
To me, it's the sense that he probably has never eaten a Big Mac
No
or
way,
a Big
of course
Arch.
he's the
in his
CEO of
life.
McDonald's.
The
Yes,
testers
he
eat that.
has. Yes,
So he
he
was mocked online for taking a tiny bite of the double patty Big Arch burger and what some say was a lackluster taste test. He also called it a product.
We gotta get our star
Now
caps.
Burger King has released its own video
only need
trying
like
to
20
grill
more.
the competition.
Not bad, right?
Only one thing missing, a napkin.
That's how you eat a big juicy burger. You let it splatter all over the place. You get it all over your mouth, and you're
Big
like,
chomping
"This
bite."
is awesome."
Nice,
So
there's
that's
one.
the president of U.S. Burger King, Tom Curtis, throwing a little shade by taking a big enthusiastic bite of the new and improved Whopper. One commenter said, "Yeah, that's a big bite. McDonald's CEO could never.
Never.
Could never. you
know
could
who
never."
could?
So this eagle might be dead. It's MIA, and they somebody called in about this bird, or on the side of the road. They don't really know if its identities. Supposedly it's. So it's more like rest in peace. And this is in Florida. This is not our bald eagles. Thank God. Geez, I'm trying to tune my mic right now, but people are sleeping in the same room, so it's kind of difficult to figure out what's going on. I think it's because the frame rate from the birds flapping its wings is what is actually glitching the stream out. It's pretty crazy. Well, if it is gone, rest in peace. It was a beautiful, beautiful bird. maybe all the traffic.
It was getting lonely without you.
I want to kind of use the golden gloves to see how often it does knock people out. I don't even have any. I thought I picked up something. Well, I have plenty. Let's see if we can get the 20 star caps throughout our thing today. We need to get Pew Pew. I've never had it before. Didn't even know about it until AI told me that's what you get from it. So I really wasn't into spoilers, but man, it's been so long. I feel
Time
stupid
to fight.
not getting it or knowing. Oh, this isn't gonna work, huh? Shit. Come on, come on. Wait. There's supposed to be that paralyzing palm thing. Get in the shower, I gotta redo my hair. It's
We're
too
out of
many
stim packs.
ties, it's tight. Oh man,
Maybe
he
you'd
got
be
me
better
good. I'm
off
gonna
with an
die.
Autodoc suit.
No more stim packs.
No way.
We're out of stim packs. Maybe you'd be better off with an Autodoc suit. I can't give you anything for that injury.
So it's like not too often. I think that's crazy how his head's stuck like that. I know because I was trying to kill Deathclaws when they glitch through, they phase through, you could probably shoot them. I don't have any bullets. Yeah, well, I'll have this, but I don't have any shots for it. Damn it.
Are we being watched?
Victory.
Fighting over.
We're gonna make sure we didn't miss any exotic weapons or armor. We have to make sure we have all of the seeds for the grow room to maximize output. For the Salient Green, I need to, next time I level up, check a few things, a few perks I need to get. I need to get the one that enhances Salient Green for my perception, because I have shit perception. It actually would help a ton for just normal instances where I don't have EDE or Boon. Like sometimes, you know, they go and Dog's pretty cool. I've never had Rex before with the, I put Violet's brain in. That was kind of crazy. because like the turbo makes the dog way quicker, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of fun. Whoever thought of that was cool. I was kind of confused on how
Time to
do I
fight.
get the dog back, because I like told it to go back, but it wasn't standing by the king, so I don't really know what to do about that. I don't know about this fight, guys, because it's a robot. I don't think it's gonna work. So I just pull my satellite fist out here. Let's see, I should do something. Police baton it? Proton axe it. Because we have one. Just because we have one.
Was that all?
Blows up. There we go. Here we go. Well, I guess while I'm here. Oh, there's the Brock flower. You should put them together. Just because we found a cap glitch and we have infinite everything doesn't mean we're going to use that
Time
to
to
our
fight.
advantage. I don't like to. Look, I don't even have stim packs. All these waters I got are from filling them up from the sink. So really speaking, you can do what I'm doing without having all the stim packs. Those are expensive. You just pick up the bottles. And that's what we're doing right now, by the way. We're doing bottling. Really anything on any scrap. Yeah, I already searched here. Might as well do this, huh? There's a perk card that it just takes away my radiation with time. Like I have that card in Fallout 76, it's great, so I'm gonna grab that here. As well as the Sailing Green, that's the other perk card I need to get. And then I'm set. Okay, here we go. Look at it snipe me.
Supernovae are full of mystery. We still don't fully understand what makes them explode. That's partly because they're impossible to predict. We know what type of star is said to detonate, but have no way of knowing exactly when. In fact, most of the data we have about these spectacular events comes from studying their remnants, in many cases hundreds, if not thousands of years after they began. That or a stroke of dumb luck, where we just happened to be looking in the right direction at the right time. But earlier last year, this changed. We finally captured a supernova as it was exploding, and on purpose. Finding it just hours after it began, this is one of the earliest detections we've ever made, and it's shown us something we've never seen before: the shape of the explosion. It might sound like an unusual thing to get excited about. This discovery has the power to unlock the inner workings of exploding stars and answer centuries-old conundrums.
Otherwise,
what are the mysterious
I'm swear,
mechanisms
like
that
if you
drive
try to do
a
what I'm doing,
supernova? How
right now,
does a
it's-
core
you're
collapse
gonna die,
inward,
especially when
then
you pick up things like
suddenly
that, 'cause
explode outward? And why do some
probably
supernovae
won't have as much
fail?
endurance as I have right now.
Thanks to new data
up
from
there
the
right now.
Atlas survey,
But
we
when I started
have
this, I didn't have any,
answers.
which is kind of
I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astro. Join me today as we watch a star explode in real time, decode the shape of its blast, and find out what really happens in those critical seconds before a star rips itself apart.
I'm not even getting shot.
On the night of the 10th of April 2024, the Atlas survey was conducting a routine sweep of the cosmos. It consists of 4 wide-field telescopes positioned around the globe in South Africa, Chile, and 2 in Hawaii. Together, they systematically scan the entire night sky every 48 hours, imaging each region 4 times in that window. This rapid revisit time helps catch fast-moving events as they happen, and at 3:21 a.m. on the 11th of April, that's exactly what happened. Atlas detected something unusual, a single point in the sky, brightening dramatically over the previous 5.8 hours. Immediately, this reading triggered the telescope's automated alert system. The news of the unknown transient spread to the astronomical community across the world. Quickly got to work deciphering what it could mean.
Like it's closer than, let's say, a
23.8
knife.
million light
It
years
doesn't have to
away,
be right up on it
in
on
the
a
spiral
knife, right?
galaxy
Like, counts as
NGC
knife or combat
3621,
knife, especially a
a
switchblade.
star had just died. What Atlas caught was a Type 2 supernova, right as it happened.
So that's cool.
Yi Yang from the Tsinghua University in Beijing and his colleagues
learned now that
knew what
robots,
this meant.
once you have
It
that
was their
DTR
chance to see,
or
for the
current,
first
you can
time,
find that
the true shape of a supernova explosion in real time. But they had no time to waste. In addition to being impossible to predict, the initial breakout period of a supernova explosion is incredibly short-lived. Once they go off, their original geometry remains intact for just hours. After that, the ejected material crashes into surrounding gas and dust, warping and obscuring the blast's original shape. The pristine fingerprint of the core collapse, the very thing needed to understand how massive stars die, would be gone forever. So to get a true reading, the researchers had to act fast. While most of the world slept, Yang and his team worked through the night, drafting an emergency proposal to the European Southern Observatory. They urgently needed time on one of the most powerful instruments on Earth, the Very Large Telescope in Chile. If they were going to measure the shape of the explosion, they had to start gathering data right away.
I wouldn't have known that if I didn't
Luckily,
use these,
ESO immediately approved the request,
I kind
and
of
the
figured when I
VLT
saw that
swung
it would make
towards
some,
Galaxy
that
NGC
made it- like, these look
3621. Yang and his team
actually
waited,
good
with their
and stats
hearts in
when you
their
use them,
throats and their eyes
instead of
locked on their
looking
screens.
terribly,
This
like,
was
only a
the
showpiece.
moment of truth. Had they
I actually
taken
use
too
them.
long? Would they get a pure reading back, or a scrambled mess of inputs from an
I wouldn't
already
dare say
warped
they're one of the
explosion?
best things in the game, but I mean, I'm
By
telling you,
the
they're pretty good
slimmest
because
of
remember that
margins,
adds to
they
everything.
pulled it off.
So that includes
Precious
15
data started
damage
streaming
thresholds on
in,
my pushy,
painting a
which
picture
is
of
that,
true, undistorted
like,
supernova
glove
geometry.
that I just basically
Yang
get
and his
the
team
implant,
were
like,
witnessing
that thing
the
is
birth
just done,
cry
like,
of Supernova
it's not even the
2024
ballistic fist that
GGI,
you can get
and
from
learning
the
at
gun
last how the universe
So,
makes its
I
most
hear that
violent
one's the best, but
fireworks.
I don't know, man. Like,
Supernovae come
I swear I
in
saw him
two
using
main
that glove
types: But we'll
during
focus on type
when I
2
was watching
here,
this
the
guy's
kind
video.
Yang and his team observed.
I swear some of
Through
them
a
weren't-
mix of
weren't the
physical
right
theories,
glove. I saw
astronomical
most of them were
observations, and
explosions, but I
computer
saw one that had
simulations,
the
we've
gauze
managed to build a pretty
effect.
respectable model of how we think stars die.
It's a great one.
Models
great.
are
I would
really
recommend
important
going
in
up there and
science,
getting it
helping us
immediately.
test hypotheses and
Especially before the
granting
lesions
new
are on
insights.
you, like
But
me,
having
that's the only
programmers
reason that it
skilled
was
enough
made
to
hard
develop
for
those
me was
models
I
is
already
just
picked a
as
fight with
important
Legion.
as having the scientists who work with them. And thanks to Brilliant, the sponsor of
Yeah,
today's
that was
video,
my military
those
industrial
programming
complex.
skills
That's how I
are
made caps
readily
in the beginning.
available to anyone, including me.
But,
That's what I
no,
really love
don't
about
need to do
Brilliant.
any of that.
I don't consider myself to be much of a programmer,
kinda
but
might
it's something that I'm interested in.
wanna
And
redo the
through
game
Brilliant's
eventually and see what I
intuitive,
can do
easy to
without
grasp
needing that
interactive courses,
loophole.
like their Thinking in
Because
Python course,
they're
I've been
infinite
able to
and
brush
they
up
get
on my
infinitely
skills,
annoying.
helping me gain that foundation to start making
Some days you don't
programs
want
of
to
my
have to go
own.
around killing legionnaires.
Brilliant helps you excel at maths and coding with its step-by-step lessons and personalized practice, designed for anyone aged 10 to 110. Their wide catalog of
So
courses
there's
are
people-
expertly crafted by the finest minds at MIT,
let's see if
Harvard,
this works
and
out.
Stanford, who know a thing or two about effective learning. You don't watch videos, but learn by solving problems, which I like, as I am something of a hands-on learner. See for yourself. To learn for free on Brilliant for a full 30 days, go to brilliant.org/Astrum in the description below, or scan this QR code right here. Astrum viewers also get 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited
This
daily
would've been
access to
fun.
everything Brilliant
You'd
has
be
to
better
offer.
off with an auto
Stars spend their lives fusing lighter elements into heavier ones by combining nuclei
Now we're on equal
into more
points.
tightly bound configurations. This fusion process releases excess energy, creating
Well,
an
he's
outward
running
pressure
away,
that
I'm
pushes
gonna drink
back
some water.
against the star's own gravity. This keeps the star in a stable, spherical shape. Over billions of years, the star's core works its way up the periodic table, fusing hydrogen to helium, helium to carbon, carbon to oxygen, neon, magnesium, silicon, and finally, iron. But this is where the chain stops. If you want to fuse iron into something heavier, that reaction won't release energy. It will require an energy input instead. Iron 56 has the lowest mass per nucleon out of every possible nuclear configuration. So every chain of nuclear reactions will ultimately turn every other type of nucleus into iron 56. Eventually, the star's entire core becomes iron. It's a dead end. With no more energy releasing fusion reactions available, the star has run out of
Nice.
fuel. It
Here's that
stops
paralyzing
burning.
palm.
The outward pressure that has been holding it up against its own gravity
That's mine,
disappears. Without that support,
Oh, I
the
can't
core
actually do it.
collapses on itself at breakneck speeds. The outer part of the core can reach velocities of 70,000 kilometers per second. That's 23% the speed of light. The collapse is so violent that it crushes protons and electrons in the inner core into neutrons. It also releases a flood of neutrinos, nearly massless particles that carry away enormous amounts of energy. The collapsing material
well, that was
slams
a
into the newly formed neutron
extra
core
in the
and
beginning
rebounds,
with the-
creating a
but you can
shockwave that
definitely see
propagates
how you
outward
don't
at
even need, like, a
thousands of
BB gun
kilometers
to
per
shoot shit at
second,
people with
a
hands,
process
like,
known
oh,
as core
I bet no one
bounce.
has ever been as unnoticed as
But
me.
the shockwave doesn't make it far.
a lot
Within
of this stuff is kinda-
milliseconds, it stalls nearly 100 to 200 kilometers from the center as it plows through the dense outer iron core. The extreme temperatures and pressures tear apart the heavy iron nuclei back into lighter elements like helium, a process that absorbs enormous amounts of energy from the shock. This is the moment where one of two things can happen. If the shock stays stalled for more than about a second, the star will keep accreting mass until it collapses into a black hole. There's no bang, no brilliant burst. Everything slips into the
that's a
void.
rock.
A failed
There's nothing
supernova.
back there.
The more common and mysterious alternative is that the shock doesn't stall, it gets revived. Something,
Okay,
neutrinos, jets,
mainly
magnetic
'cause I'm looking
fields,
for
or
bottles.
some combination we don't yet understand, transfers enough energy to allow the shockwave to continue and turn the implosion into an explosion.
What's with it?
Exactly
Anyway,
how this happens remains one of the biggest unsolved mysteries in astrophysics, and is why events like SN 2024 GGI
There you go.
are so tantalizing to the scientific community. The shockwave travels up through thousands of kilometers of stellar material. The journey takes several hours until finally it breaks through the outermost layer of the dying star. This is the breakout phase. As it emerges, the shockwave creates a brilliant flash
We're gonna, like,
of
abuse the
ultraviolet
fast travel
and optical
mechanic right
light,
now,
releasing huge amounts of
I don't
energy
have to run
and
back
heating the
and
star's
turn
outer
everything
layers
down.
to tens of thousands of degrees. It's
And
only at
I'm just gonna
this
fast
point
travel to the
that
waist
supernova
and then
becomes
fast
visible
travel
for the
back, that
first
way I don't
time,
have to sink.
reaching peak brightness over the next
And
week
yeah,
or two.
so that's just how we're
And
gonna
the
get to
beginning
this.
of this rising brightness is exactly
quicker.
what Atlas saw in the early morning hours of the 11th of
I went to
April
do a little
2024.
walking.
Atlas catching SN 2024 GGI as early as it did was a triumph. But detection was only the opening move. The real work began after the alert went out. A race against the clock to put the right instruments on target before the explosion's original geometry
Round
vanished
8 in the
forever.
shower.
That urgency was exactly why Yang and his team had fought for time on the VLT. They weren't just trying
I
to
gotta
see the
cook.
supernova. They were after a very specific signature hidden in its light,
type of thing.
something only one instrument could reveal.
I was gonna do noodles, but
Mounted on the VLT
This
is an
is
instrument
mad
called
lasagna the other
FORS
night.
2, the only one of its
Pasta
kind
last
in the
night
southern
with the
hemisphere. It measures
noodles and chicken.
spectropolarimetry, how light
Too much
is
pasta.
polarized
I gotta eat.
across different wavelengths of the visible spectrum.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Normally,
just gonna
light
go
waves
back, right?
vibrate in
Yeah.
all directions, perpendicular to their direction of travel.
I guess I could've
This
looked in those
is
trash cans for bottles, huh?
unpolarized light. But polarized light has waves that only vibrate in one direction. For example, when sunlight reflects off a flat surface like water or glass, it becomes partially
so.
polarized. It's also why, when you put on polarized sunglasses, this glare disappears. They're designed to filter out that kind of polarized light. In the context of SN 2024 GGI, Yang was interested in polarized light
It was getting
because of
lonely
what
with-
it could reveal about the shape of the explosion. A perfectly spherical explosion scatters light equally in all directions, producing no polarization at all. An asymmetric explosion, on the other hand, one that is symmetrical along one axis, like a football or a peanut-shaped explosion, would polarize light in a specific pattern. FORS 2 can help scientists decode this pattern. When light enters the instrument, it first passes through a rotating crystal plate that can shift the orientation of the polarized light by a precise amount. By moving this plate to different angles, the instrument effectively rotates any polarized light, allowing it to measure polarization in all directions. Next, the light hits a Wollaston prism, a unique optical component which physically separates the incoming beam of light based on the polarization direction. Light waves vibrating in one plane go one way, waves vibrating perpendicular to that go the other way. Each beam is then split into its component colors, creating two side-by-side spectra on the detector, one for each polarization orientation. By comparing how bright each wavelength is across the two spectra, astronomers can determine how strongly the light is polarized and in which direction. Knowing how the light from SN 2024 GGI is polarized tells us the shape of its explosion. From there, we can predict the mechanism that caused it. For over 50 years, scientists have tried to explain the physical processes that revive a stalled shockwave and trigger a supernova explosion. From the creative rubble emerged two leading ideas. The first says that neutrinos must have something to do with it. We know the core collapse sends huge amounts of neutrinos shooting into space, but in the incredibly dense region just above the neutron star, even neutrinos have trouble getting through. It's thought a tiny fraction of them deposit their energy into the material above the core, heating it from below. This creates a violent convection. If enough energy accumulates, the shock surges back to life, and the star literally blows its top, exploding furiously. But here's the thing, the convection doesn't heat the neutrinos evenly. State-of-the-art 3D simulations led by Bernard Müller at Monash University show these explosions are highly asymmetric, and we've observed real supernovae that fit this model well. The Cassiopeia A supernova remnant, for example, shows an asymmetric distribution of radioactive chemicals like titanium-44 and nickel-56, which trace back to asymmetries present from the onset of the explosion. The second theory says jets are behind the boom instead. The collapsing core forms a rapidly rotating neutron star surrounded by a disk of infalling material. Magnetic fields threading through this disk get wound up and amplified by the rotation, twisted tighter and tighter like a rubber band. These amplified magnetic fields channel material into two powerful jets shooting out along the star's rotation axis like cosmic blowtorches. They punch through the star's envelope with tremendous force, driving a fundamentally different explosion. In this scenario, the blast would produce axial symmetry along the star's spin. The explosion then expands along this axis, leading to a football-shaped or olive-shaped geometry. We've seen this kind of structure in other supernovae like SN 2023 IXF, whose explosion was also organized and elongated. So what do you think Yang's VLT observations show for SN 2024 GGI? Pause the video and comment below. An explosion if you think it's highly irregular and asymmetric like the neutrino-driven model predicts, or an American football if you think it's symmetrical along an axis like the jet model predicts. So, moment of truth, this is what SN 2024 GGI looked like. The spectropolarimetry data collected by the VLT's FORS-2 revealed a clear, well-defined axis of symmetry and an olive or football-shaped explosion, technically a prolate ellipsoid. At first, it seemed like a clear win for the jet-driven theory. If the explosion were driven by neutrinos, it would have been completely asymmetrical. Finally, we had the conclusive observational data we'd always been missing. Case closed, right? If only it were that simple. These models are based on simulations, theoretical physics, and extrapolated information from supernovae we caught much later, after the critical breakout phase window shut. The neutrino-based model certainly has its shortcomings. A 2015 article from the Royal Astronomical Society showed that 3D neutrino-driven simulations produce explosions an entire order of magnitude less than what we've seen observationally, even in the most favorable of conditions. This suggests neutrino heating alone simply isn't enough to explain the blast. But the jet-driven theories aren't flawless either. 2D models seemingly work well, but when astrophysicists simulate jet-driven explosions in 3D, something strange happens. A team at Caltech introduced a 1% wobble around the axis of symmetry of a rapidly rotating magnetized stellar core. That tiny change made the jets unstable. They twisted and kinked, winding around the rotation axis like water streaming out from a garden hose left lying on the ground. Instead of punching cleanly through the star and driving an explosion, the jets produced two misshapen lobes of twisted, highly magnetized material that slowly pushed outward. The explosion never happened. There simply wasn't enough energy to trigger an explosion. Yet, SN 2024 GGI clearly exploded. So there must be something else going on. Either our models are incomplete, or we've missed something else entirely. The solution might lie in flipping the old theory on its head. What if the fatal wobbling and kinking is actually an essential part of the explosion? If jets rapidly jitter rather than maintain a stable axis, they can't drill a clean channel through the star like in the classic jet-driven model. Instead, they're forced to deposit their energy closer to the core, roughly 1,000 kilometers from the center, through shock waves. These shock waves create hot, pressurized bubbles that merge and expand, pushing the stellar material outward and driving the explosion. The jets themselves are chaotic and unstable. but the overall explosion geometry remains axially symmetric, just like SN 2024 GGI. So, where does this leave us? Well, SN 2024 GGI definitely showed us that explosions can have organized axial symmetry, and how it arises, whether through narrow jittering jets or a magneto-rotational mechanism or something else, remains a mystery. We're still unsure what role neutrinos play in explosions like this, if any. It also raises questions about alternative mechanisms that could cause asymmetrical supernovae like Cassiopeia A and others which don't follow axial symmetry. Are they in fact caused by neutrinos or something else? Which factors determine what kind of explosion occurs? This might come as a shock, but we can't know without more data. SN 2024 GGI is the only breakout phase we've observed in such detail and measured in real time. If we could somehow know when and where supernovae were going to explode, we could make a point to track them all and look for the patterns. And that's exactly what researchers plan to do, thanks to new full sky surveys like ATLAS becoming increasingly popular. 2025 alone saw the inauguration of the Vera C. Rubin Observatory Legacy Survey of Space and Time, NASA's Sphere-X, and the latest data release of the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. Astronomers are optimistic that with these new tools, they'll be able to regularly catch supernovae within 24 hours of explosion. If they notice an object is absent from previous night's images, but then appears within a galaxy, they'll follow up immediately with spectroscopy to determine the object's characteristics as fast as possible. As more automated survey systems come online worldwide, our ability to catch transient events in their earliest moments will only continue to improve. SN 2024 GGI showed us our models aren't quite there yet. The next generation of observations should help us find the missing piece and solidify our understanding of how stars all over the universe draw their final breath. And I mean, who wouldn't want to see more supernovae getting caught in their explosive moments? Thanks for watching. If you've been enjoying Astrom's videos and want to help keep this channel thriving, I want to ask you to take less than a minute to check out the Astrom Patreon. It's not just ad-free videos, but it's a way to make Astrom's videos less reliant on sponsors and algorithms. The link is below. Your membership directly helps ensure that future videos can stay independent, high quality, and consistent, created for curiosity, not clicks. Thanks so much for considering it. I'll see you next time. And again, a big thanks to Brilliant for sponsoring this video. Go check them out by clicking their link in the description below.
In the midst of intense fighting in the Persian Gulf, the Chinese government has completely backed down in the face of a powerful US strike on Iran. Unexpected developments and scandals continue to unfold, pushing the situation to its dramatic peak. Many Taiwanese netizens have noticed that since the US-Israel coalition raid on Iran from February 28th to March 2nd, no Chinese military aircraft have been detected harassing Taiwan for 3 consecutive days. According to daily reports from Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense, on February 27th, a total of 8 Chinese military aircraft harassed Taiwan, with 6 crossing the Taiwan Straits median line and entering Taiwan's central and southwestern airspace. However, on February 28th and March 1st, only a weather balloon and 7 Chinese warships were detected, and on March 2nd, only 5 Chinese warships were detected. Taiwan's DPP Taoyuan City Councillor Yu Xingxian posted a satirical comment on Threads. Iran was just hit hard by the US, and now China, who used to harass Taiwan daily, hasn't had a single warplane in the past 2 days. Usually they're very aggressive, so why so quiet now? Did they take a holiday, or are they really too scared to leave the door? Many netizens joke the Chinese military no longer has cheap oil. With one less fuel supplier, they have to save some, and looks like the Chinese military will be quiet for a long time. No oil and too scared. First Venezuela, now Iran, goodbye cheap oil. Some speculated the planes must first protect Beijing's Zhou Nanhai, afraid of decapitation. Xi needs to safeguard his throne and avoid trouble with a plane crash, and they're afraid Xi Jinping will be the next target, so they pulled all the planes back to protect him. This mirrors a previous situation after the US military's lightning raid on Venezuela in January, which left the Taiwan Strait calm. Before US forces captured Venezuela Maduro, there was widespread belief in China that the US wouldn't dare intervene. However, on the same day that a Chinese envoy was visiting Venezuela, US forces arrested Maduro. Analysts suggest that this action was meant to send China a clear warning while highlighting China's strategic miscalculations. Similarly, after the US-Israel raid on Iran, Chinese state media was caught off guard before the attack. China had been publicizing its stance that the US wouldn't dare strike Iran. After the strikes began, Chinese media rushed to reassure the public, initially claiming that Iranian leader Khamenei would soon appear on television, only to confirm his death shortly after. The Chinese Navy's recent retreat from the Persian Gulf further embarrassed China's propaganda efforts, causing panic among pro-China netizens. An ex-platform account, Secret Translation Group, G-Translator, revealed that in February, China deployed its most advanced warship to the Persian Gulf, including the powerful Type 055 destroyer and a state-of-the-art spy ship. Ships equipped with military satellite, monitoring the missile tracking system, positioned to support Iran. Yet, when the time came, the Chinese fleet was nowhere to be seen. Renowned commentator Jiang Feng pointed out that since 2019, China, Russia, and Iran have conducted an annual joint naval exercise called Maritime Safety Belt in the North Indian Ocean, the Gulf of Oman, or the Strait of Hormuz. This year, the exercise, codenamed Maritime Safety Belt 2026, is set to take place. In mid-February this year, as US President Trump issued a final ultimatum to Iran, the US military's twin aircraft carrier strike group had already amassed in the Arabian Sea. On February 17th, Russian Prime Minister's assistant and chairman of the Maritime Affairs Committee, Patrushev, told the media Maritime Safety Belt 2026 will soon be held in the Strait of Hormuz. Russia, China, and Iran have already dispatched ships to participate, and the exercise is very timely and of great significance. Among these three countries, China's naval power seems to be the strongest. The Chinese Navy's 48th Escort Fleet, which includes the Type 052D destroyer Tangshan, the Type 054A frigate Da Qing, and the integrated supply ship Taihu, was carrying out routine escort tasks in the Gulf of Aden. This area is very close to the exercise region in the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman. According to the past practice, Chinese warships would only need to turn the rudder and sound the whistle to reach the rendezvous point within a few hours. At the time, Iranian warships had already positioned themselves at sea, and the Russian Baltic Fleet frigate has also been stationed waiting for the Chinese fleet's arrival. However, on February 19th, the first day of the exercise, and the following day, no Chinese warships were seen. Later, reports from AFP and Radio Free Asia noted it appears that Beijing did not participate in this exercise. On February 20th, 2026, Chinese state media Xinhua, while reporting on Maritime Safety Belt 2026, stealthily changed the headline to Iran and Russia complete joint naval exercise. The article made no mention of the Chinese Navy, not even using the name Maritime Safety Belt 2026. Chinese state media downgraded the three-nation exercise to a bilateral exercise, highlighting the embarrassment Chinese faced in the Pacific. Analysts pointed out that the reason behind this was very practical. In the nearby exercise zone, US F-35 fighter jets were already armed with live ammunition on aircraft carrier decks, and US missile silos had opened, beginning the launch countdown. The Chinese authorities knew very well that while they often use water cannons to harass Philippine ships in the South China Sea or send military aircraft over the Taiwan Strait median line, these actions were meant to divert attention from domestic economic collapse and fool their followers. If China had participated in the exercise with its missiles destroyers sailing alongside Iranian warships in the Strait of Hormuz, they could have easily become live targets for US forces. The more terrifying consequence for China's government is that if the exercise led to direct military conflict between China and the US, how long could the Chinese regime maintain its grip on power? Faced with the life and death stakes of such a situation, Beijing had no choice but to abandon its earlier boast of a China-Russia-Iran triangle, great power responsibility, and its rhetoric of strike when necessary. The highest instruction received by the Chinese Navy was to hide as far as possible and do not let the US think we are allied with Iran. This is the true nature of the Chinese government, strong against its own people but shrinking like a turtle when facing a stronger adversary. Furthermore, the Chinese government's capitulation drama continued after the US and Israel decimated Iran's tyrannical leadership. On March 2nd, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning, during a regular press briefing, was asked whether China had provided CM-302 supersonic anti-ship missiles to Iran. She shockingly claimed that the report was false. According to Reuters, on February 24th, just as the US prepared to strike Iran, Iran and China were close to reaching an agreement on the purchase of the CM-302 supersonic anti-ship missiles. Though the delivery date was still undetermined, the report also quoted two military experts who noted that the CM-302 has a range of about 290 kilometers and flies at low altitudes at high speeds, significantly enhancing Iran's attack capabilities and posing a threat to US military forces. According to informed sources, Iran and China's negotiations for the missile system began at least 2 years ago, with discussions accelerating in recent months. Previously, several Chinese self-media accounts claimed that China's anti-stealth radar is stationed in Iran and US F-35s are losing their influence in the Middle East, and China's anti-stealth eye is in Tehran, ending the myth of US and Israeli air superiority. One post stated China's military cooperation with Tehran provides high-tech surveillance of US ships and aircraft. China has delivered several radar systems, each capable of detecting targets 700 kilometers away. This signals a strategic recalibration of Middle Eastern air defense, directly challenging US and Israeli military power. At the time, some netizens questioned, is this leaking classified information or just rumors? According to publicly available information, China Aerospace Corporation states that the CM-302 missiles is an anti-ship missile system that can be installed on ships, aircraft, or ground vehicles. It is designed to strike large and medium-sized surface ships such as aircraft carriers and destroyers. In response to Chinese Foreign Ministry's comments, netizens mocked, "They won't admit it even if you hit them, but it's useless to deny it, everyone knows it now." The most exciting part came next. Former official state advisor Li Yi, who was sidelined by the government, also made bold claims, even praising President Trump and criticizing Zhou Nanhai. He even almost admitted that Taiwan is already independent. On March 1st, in a video he uploaded, he discussed how the US military quickly decapitated Khamenei, mentioning how in January the US also took less than one night to capture Maduro from his presidential residence. Unlike his previous angry self-slapping on camera, this time Li Yi seemed calmer. However, he still couldn't help but complain, saying the US crosses oceans to fight in Venezuela and Iran, thousands of kilometers away, while China, just over 100 kilometers from Taiwan, can't even take it yet. Li Yi stated, "I'm deeply moved. This is the US teaching China how to behave. We are the only permanent member of the UN Security Council that hasn't unified our country. Why is it so difficult to solve the Taiwan issue? Looking at the US capturing Maduro and decapitating Khamenei, the Taiwan issue is so easy to solve." To everyone's surprise, Li Yi then said, "We saw Taiwan move towards de facto independence in 1996, but quickly caught himself fearing being reported and quickly claimed that he had seen this in recent European and American newspapers and TV news, all stating that Taiwan is a sovereign independent country." He said since 1996 they have been independent, electing their own president, and there's a shameless country called China that insists Taiwan is one of its provinces and that it wants reunification. Now, only China doesn't acknowledge Taiwan's presidential elections. We refuse to report it or acknowledge it, yet we still say Taiwan elected a leader. Now, 85%, 90%, or 95% of Taiwanese voters do not deny that Taiwan is a sovereign independent country. Then, in a dramatic shift, Li Yi began to babble for his safety, saying that to solve the Taiwan issue, the world must accept Taiwan as part of China. He said, "Tomorrow morning, gather ambassadors from the US, Japan, Europe, and other countries and tell them that since 1996, we, the Chinese, have been the victims of Taiwanese separatists who stole Taiwan's leadership and establish a nation. From tomorrow, we won't allow it anymore. Taiwan must return to before 1996 and restore the election of a Taiwan provincial governor. Electing a president means Taiwan independence." Afterwards, he could no longer contain himself and praised President Trump. Trump's capture of Maduro and decapitation of Khamenei is the true righteous path of humanity. This is the history of human societies throughout time and across cultures. Then he shifted the blame to Zhou Nanhai, cursing angrily, "We can't even unify Taiwan." Later, Li Yi, seemingly worried about being interpreted as criticizing Xi Jinping, and awkwardly shouted a political slogan in support of Xi. However, netizens all agree that he was clearly attacking Xi Jinping. Netizens, after watching the video, sighed. Big patriotic 50 Cent army figures like Sima Nan are truly evil, pretending to be clueless, making money off patriotism, while Li Yi is truly foolish. He is mentally unstable, Maoist leftist. In recent years, CCP leader Xi Jinping has accelerated the leftward shift, causing the Maoist left group in China to become more active. However, many Maoist leftism despise Deng Xiaoping's reform and opening up and believe the current state capitalism betrays Mao Zedong's line, so they openly advocate for revolution and violent overthrow of the current Beijing regime. As a result, some Maoist left organizations have also become targets of suppression by the current Chinese government. Consequences of the US and Israel military strikes on Iran have triggered global attention. Media outlets from multiple countries have analyzed how this war is impacting China's regime in both economic and diplomatic terms. Due to retaliatory strikes on US assets in the Middle East by Iran, many countries in the region have already taken precautionary measures and halted oil and gas production. Qatar Energy, one of the world's largest LNG exporters, announced it has stopped LNG production. Saudi Arabia's state oil giant Saudi Aramco has shut down its largest refinery, which normally processes 550,000 barrels of crude oil per day. Iraq and Israel's major oil and gas facilities have also seized production. The conflict has also disrupted global shipping, with maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz nearly coming to a standstill. On March 2nd, oil prices surged by 13%, reaching over $82 per barrel, the highest level since January 2025. Bloomberg Economics issued a warning in a report released that day, stating that Iran supplies about 5% of global oil. If Iran completely cuts off its oil exports, oil prices could rise by 20%, with about 20% of global oil supply transported through the Strait of Hormuz. If the strait is closed, oil prices could soar to $108 per barrel. The report noted that if oil prices continue to rise, major oil importing countries, including China, Europe, and India, will be impacted, while oil exporting countries like Russia, Canada, and Norway would benefit. However, the US, as a net oil exporter due to shale oil, could see a smaller drag on its economy. Canada's investment bank TD Securities estimates that China imports about 99% of Iran's crude oil exports, which accounts for about 30% of China's 2025 maritime oil imports. If Iranian oil supplies are cut off, China will be the hardest hit, losing a source of cheap crude oil. Analysts noted that with the US and Israeli coalition thunderous strike in the Persian Gulf, Iran's nearly 40-year-old theocratic regime was swiftly destroyed. The flames of war not only burned Tehran's seat of power, but also completely exposed the strategic facade China has spent years constructing. Faced with Khamenei's decapitation and Maduro's capture, Beijing chose its most characteristic response: total submission and retreat. Beijing had naively believed that by continuously supplying Iran with satellite intelligence and missile technology, it could keep the US occupied in the Indo-Pacific region. However, the Epic Fury operation proved that in the face of overwhelming power, China's shield is as fragile as paper. When that shield turned to ash, Zhou Nanhai was directly exposed to the deterrent power of precision strikes, sending Beijing into a state of strategic panic. Iranian oil accounts for 13% of China's maritime imports. With the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, China's energy supply chain has shifted from chokehold to suffocation. Against this backdrop, military drills once routinely staged meant to make a show of force around Taiwan has now become unnecessary, as China's military must conserve every drop of fuel to defend Beijing, fearing their leader could become the next target for elimination.
A U.S. farmer named Vernon Bowman replanted his own seeds saved from a previous harvest, and for that, he was hit with an $84,456 penalty. He was also barred from using, selling, or planting those seeds again. He did what farmers have always done. He bought seeds, planted them, harvested the crop, and kept some grain to sow the next season. The seeds grew on his land from his harvest. So what could possibly go wrong? That's his property, right? But when he replanted them, he was sued for using his own seeds. The court ruled it was illegal and that any farmer who chose to replant saved seed would face the same outcome. So how come a farmer today can't plant seeds saved from their own harvest? People did that for centuries. It seems obvious that if you bought the seed, plowed the field, and poured in your money and labor, then whatever grows is yours. So what's the catch? Yeah, I need coffee to figure this one out. It used to work exactly that way. People picked the best heads of grain, set them aside until spring, and sowed them again. A simple cycle, no strings attached. The problem started when seeds stopped being treated as just grain and started being treated as someone's technology. Many modern crops, especially genetically modified varieties in the U.S., are protected by patents. That means the farmer isn't buying full ownership of the seeds, but a license to use them. Basically, they're renting them for a season. They can grow the crop and sell it, but saving grain for next year and replanting it is not allowed. So what exactly is a farmer not allowed to do with their own harvest? If you follow the logic of a patent, the creator of a technology gets to decide how it can be used. In this case, buying the seeds isn't just a simple exchange of money for goods. The farmer doesn't receive full ownership with total freedom. They receive the right to use the seeds under the rules set by the patent holder. Wow, if all these seeds sprout, I'll be rich. They're not allowed to sprout. You're not allowed to plant them. So what can I do? Look at them. These rules are spelled out in the licensing agreement that comes with the purchase. It clearly states that the seeds may be planted for one growing season only. Saving part of the harvested crop and replanting it the following year is strictly prohibited, even if the grain is sitting in the farmer's own storage and technically belongs to them. And you know what else is weird about this? Farmers say it themselves. A company can actually show up and inspect their fields. Whoever owns the seed technology wants to be sure the rules are really being followed. If replanting is banned, there has to be a way to check that the ban isn't being broken. And that's where the worst part begins for farmers. License agreements often spell out the company's right to run inspections. By buying these seeds, the farmer agrees to inspections of both the crop and the harvest. The whole point is to make sure the farmer isn't saving grain for next season and reusing it in violation of the contract. But how can a farmer be bound by a contract if they never sign anything? They're just buying seeds somewhere at a regular market and driving home. Like we buy groceries at a store. In everyday life, we're used to thinking obligations only appear after a signature. No signature, no contract. Kind of like no body, no case. But with seeds, it works differently. The rules of use come with the product and become part of the deal the moment you buy it. And here's the most surprising detail. The farmer's considered to have accepted the terms even if they simply open the seed bag. This format is called a technology agreement by opening the bag. In the U.S., courts have recognized this kind of consent as legally valid. All right then, defendant, according to the contract, you are required to transfer ownership of your apartment to the potato chip manufacturer. What? Why? I didn't sign anything. But you did open the bag, didn't you? Hold on, if replanting is banned and the rules are that strict, why would farmers choose those seeds at all? Surely there are more reasonable companies out there. The point is, the benefit isn't just in the grain itself, it's in the advantage the seed gives you out in the field. And it's not always about a bigger harvest, but about how much easier it becomes to deal with weeds. In modern agriculture, controlling unwanted vegetation is one of the most expensive and difficult jobs. For example, Monsanto developed a weed killer called Roundup. It can wipe out almost all plant life in a treated area, including most weeds. But if it kills almost everything, wouldn't it kill the crop too? Logic says it should. A chemical that kills weeds doesn't magically know what's a weed and what's a crop. It blocks an enzyme plants need to survive, so it makes no distinction between what's growing in the field. That's exactly why before special crop varieties existed, these kinds of chemicals were used with extreme caution. Farmers sprayed them either before planting to clear the field or after harvest when nothing was growing. In short, the chemistry was powerful, but you couldn't use it while the crop was growing because it would destroy the crop along with the weeds. Then here's another question. Could you create a plant that survives being sprayed with such a powerful herbicide? A kind of unkillable mutant? If the crop itself becomes resistant to the chemical, the whole game changes. The farmer can spray the product right over the growing field without worrying about losing the harvest. If the main plant can take the treatment, you can hit the weeds whenever it's convenient. That idea is exactly what the new technology was built on. That's how Roundup Ready seeds appeared. Genetically modified plants engineered to tolerate the chemical. Thanks to that, they can survive spraying with no serious harm. So, my boys are coming any second. Get lost while you still can. I don't think so. Huh? Loser.
So if a farmer chooses Roundup Ready seeds, what else are they basically signing up to purchase? The whole logic of the technology only works as a package deal. The resistance wasn't engineered for any herbicide in general, but for a specific one. If you use a different product, that's it, no miracle happens. It only makes sense when both the special seeds and the matching chemical are used. You can't build up immunity to viper venom and then decide that means you can safely eat poisonous mushrooms. In practice, the system becomes a two-part combo: resistant seeds plus a specific herbicide. And that was spelled out in the license terms. Roundup use was explicitly required. As a result, the seed market and the chemical market were tied together into a single commercial model. Okay, so you can't save seeds for next year, and you have to buy them again every season. How big did this system become? When the core genetic feature is controlled by one company, and it's the thing that actually delivers an advantage in the field, farmers gradually switch over en masse. That's natural. People choose what makes their work easier and more reliable. And the more farms rely on the same genetic feature, the deeper it gets embedded into the entire production system. That's exactly what happened in the US. Monsanto's genetic developments came to dominate the market. About 80% of corn and over 90% of soybeans in the country were grown using their technology.
Monsanto.
But how did one company take such a huge share of the seed market in a country with thousands of farms and dozens of brands? Smells pretty bad, like a monopoly. The thing is that they weren't really just selling bags of seed. The main product was patented genes. The company didn't rely on its own brands, it licensed the technology to other seed companies, which then built those genes into their own hybrids. So even seeds sold under different brand names often contained the exact same technology.
Who are you?
I'm you. At the same time, Monsanto was buying seed companies and pouring money into biotech. In 1996, it wasn't even in the top 10 global industry leaders, but by 2010, it already controlled about 17% of the global commercial seed market. But if the seed market already follows patent rules, what happens to a farmer who breaks the terms, even by mistake?
FBI, open up!
A gene patent works the same way as a patent on any other technology. The patent holder has the right to defend it in court and seek damages for unauthorized use. There aren't special exceptions just because it's agriculture. So yes, in the US, there have been cases where farmers were held liable for saving seeds that contained patented genes. The lawsuit stated genuinely big numbers. Damages could be assessed at multiples of a licensing fee. We're talking, for example, about hundreds of dollars per bag of soybeans, plus legal costs. What, you thought I was just cracking jokes in these little skits? Nope, this is dead serious. So what happens if a farmer never bought those seeds at all, but the gene still shows up in their field? Biology doesn't respect property lines, plants exchange pollen, and the wind can carry it straight onto neighboring fields.
Corn, for instance, is wind pollinated, and its pollen can travel a noticeable distance. So the appearance of a new gene doesn't always mean someone intentionally planted it. That became the core of the arguments. In theory, a patented gene can end up in a crop on its own through cross-pollination. In a number of disputes, farmers argued that the illegal plants showed up for precisely that reason. And nobody bought anything. Nobody planted anything. The wind blew it in, I swear, officer. But why did farmers start switching to these seeds in such huge numbers, even knowing about the patents and restrictions? The answer is in what day-to-day work in the field actually looks like. Weed control means time, fuel, machinery, and multiple spray passes each season. Every extra operation adds costs and increases risk. So when there's a method that can simplify the whole routine, it gets people's interest. Roundup Ready technology offered exactly that. Instead of juggling different chemicals and a complicated spraying schedule, a farmer got a simple, reliable model. Treat the field with one product at one specific time. The crop is fine, the weeds die, everyone's happy. So why not just switch to a different herbicide if the crop has been engineered to tolerate one? Instinctively, that sounds like the obvious move, but the tolerance is built around a specific mode of action. The Roundup Ready gene protects the plant from one particular chemical, not from every herbicide on Earth. Remember the poisonous mushrooms? Yeah, if you swap out the product, the protection might stop working. That's where the dependency comes in. By changing the herbicide, a farmer risks losing the technology's main advantage. Over time, it turns into an entire system. When a farm buys the seeds, it's effectively locking itself into a specific spraying program. It's no longer just about grain, it's a whole production model tied to using Roundup chemistry. And that's when I thought, how did a chemical company end up at the center of the seed market in the first place? When you hear about patented crops and genes, you expect the story to be driven by traditional plant breeders. But it played out differently. If a company has spent years selling agricultural chemicals, it makes sense that it would expand its influence from the products to the plants those products are used on. Of course, Monsanto didn't start as a seed company. In its early decades, it focused on industrial chemistry and agricultural chemicals, then gradually began investing in biotechnology. That's how the shift happened step by step, from a chemical manufacturer to a major player in genetically modified seeds. But looking back, what kinds of substances did the company produce before all the genetic stuff? Like I said, Monsanto worked in agricultural chemistry and other industrial compounds. It was a chemical company with everything that goes with it. In the mid-20th century, it was involved in producing defoliants, chemicals designed to destroy vegetation. They were used not only in agriculture, but also for military purposes. The most famous example is its involvement in producing Agent Orange used during Operation Ranch Hand in the Vietnam War. Vietnam War and agriculture sound like two things that don't belong in the same sentence, right? Let me walk you through it. It all came down to controlling territory. Vietnam's dense jungles gave guerrilla fighters cover, made surveillance harder, and slowed troop movement. On top of that, farmland could supply food to the opposing side, so the U.S. military figured remove the vegetation and locals lose both concealment and part of their resources. That's why during Operation Ranch Hand, aircraft sprayed hundreds of thousands of gallons of defoliants, including Agent Orange. But if Agent Orange was designed to destroy plants, why are people still arguing about it in courts today? The issue wasn't its intended purpose, it was how it was made. On paper, it was just a defoliant. But during production, an unintended byproduct could form. It wasn't part of the planned formula, and it wasn't supposed to be there. Yet it was terribly toxic. And the contamination? Yeah, it was seriously dangerous. Specifically, the dioxin TCDD is considered one of the most toxic compounds known. It's been linked to severe illnesses, increased cancer risk, and birth defects. That's what triggered so many long-term consequences and legal battles. But if that byproduct was that toxic, what happened to the people who worked in those factories? They must have had some kind of protection, right? They did, didn't they? In chemical manufacturing, workers inevitably come into contact with raw materials and impurities. And in the mid-20th century, safety standards were nothing like today's. That meant the risk of exposure was higher, especially when synthesizing complex compounds. So what's the plan for the weekend? We're thinking of going out of town. Ah, damn! Anyway, yeah, out of town. When the components of Agent Orange were being produced, the risk of contact with dioxins was very real, and the effects were recorded. In multiple cases, workers reported distinctive skin damage, including chloracne. That's a rare, severe condition and one of the classic signs of dioxin exposure. But there were other questions. For example, how did chemicals used in military operations end up being connected to agriculture? By the mid-20th century, the line between military and agricultural chemistry was fairly blurred. Research into vegetation control was moving forward on parallel tracks for farmland and for the military. Labs were developing compounds capable of selectively killing certain plant species. Where those compounds would ultimately be used wasn't always the primary concern. A telling example is one of the components of Agent Orange, the herbicide 2,4-D. It was originally developed to control broadleaf weeds in agriculture. In other words, part of what later became a military formula actually had agricultural roots. But why did scientists start creating chemicals to kill plants in the first place? In agriculture, the logic was straightforward. Protect crops from weeds that compete for water, sunlight, and nutrients without harming the crops themselves. Hand weeding and mechanical cultivation required enormous time and labor, and weeds kept coming back quickly, so it made sense to search for another solution. That's how the first selective herbicides appeared. They were designed to target certain types of plants while leaving others largely unaffected. For example, they could eliminate broadleaf weeds without significantly harming cereal crops like wheat or corn. This marked an important milestone in the development of agricultural chemistry. So did vegetation control really begin only with products like Roundup? Well, actually, it started much earlier. Agriculture has always required control over aggressive and toxic plant species that pose problems for both people and livestock. By the mid-20th century, scientists and farmers were already widely using chemical agents for these purposes. The goal wasn't just to manage field weeds, but also plants that caused irritation or poisoning. One example was the effort to control poison ivy, which was treated with early chemical herbicides, including compounds based on 2,4-D acid. So even though selective herbicides already existed, why was the weed problem still a thing? Because their effect was limited. They worked well on some groups of plants, but barely touched others. The weeds came back and the field needed treatment again. In the end, farmers had to combine different products or spray repeatedly. I'll be back. Finally! Oh, hi! I'm back! Oh, no, you're not! By the way, I died. Hey, how's it going? For f***'s sake. Over time, another complication appeared. Some weed species started developing resistance. That's exactly why the agrochemical industry began looking for a more radical approach. The idea was to create a universal herbicide, something that would hit many plants at once and make field treatment simpler for farmers. So how did they manage to create a truly universal herbicide? One that could solve the problem of most weeds in one go? From a chemistry standpoint, you don't target a plant's surface traits, you target a core mechanism shared across many species. If a substance blocks a key enzyme, the plant needs to produce vital compounds. It can kill a wide range of weeds. Like knocking down not the top of the building, but destroying its foundation, while it's still under construction. That substance was the active ingredient in Roundup. It suppresses the EPSPS enzyme at the metabolic level. As a result, the synthesis of crucial compounds breaks down, growth stops, and most plants die. Okay, but if these chemicals were produced at an industrial scale, what was happening inside the factories themselves? The synthesis process was complicated and required harsh conditions. For example, it involved high temperatures and chlorinated substances. Under those conditions, any mistake or malfunction increased the risk of forming toxic byproducts, including dioxins. And as you can remember, those came with a whole list of very dangerous effects. And this wasn't just theory. In 1949, there was an explosion at a plant in Nitro, West Virginia, during the production of a plant chemical. After the accident, some workers developed chloracne, the severe skin condition I've already mentioned. So the last question in this part of the story is, how did a company that spent decades working with industrial and military chemistry end up at the heart of an agricultural revolution? If you look at how that transition happened, it's honestly not that complicated. In both military projects and agriculture, they were basically solving the same problem, controlling plant growth. The goal was different, sure, but science as a field doesn't really lose sleep over those distinctions. By then, the company already had research on destroying vegetation, the manufacturing capacity, and experience synthesizing complex compounds. That foundation later produced the chemical Roundup, and over time, it became one of the most widely used products in global agriculture. But let's get back to our seeds. We've gone off on a tangent. So if the seeds are protected by patents, how does the company even find out that someone is violating the license terms? A patent only means something if you can enforce it. Without monitoring and proof, a ban on replanting is just words on paper. So you need ways to check whether people are actually following the rules in real life. That's exactly why they created an internal investigations unit. Its staff reviews complaints, checks incoming tips, and looks for cases where patented genetic features might be used illegally in farmers' fields. But how do you investigate what's happening across thousands of private farms in a country that big? At that scale, it's physically impossible to keep constant watch over every field. To track potential violations, you need sources on the ground. So you need to plant a mole. Here we go, boss. Yep, go ahead and take them in. The company can't be everywhere, so it relies on information that comes from rural communities themselves. You could call it rural gossip. In agricultural areas, farmers usually know what their neighbors are doing, what seeds they're planting, what techniques they're using, how they're treating their fields. Unusual practices get noticed fast. That's why one of the control tools became a reporting system. Monsanto ran a hotline where people could report suspected violations of license terms. Tips could be anonymous. If there was even a hint that someone was saving licensed seeds for replanting or using them without permission, then inspections would follow right away. So what happened when investigations and official letters started spreading through rural communities? Enforcement stopped being just a legal procedure. The logic of patents unexpectedly spilled beyond contracts and courtrooms and started affecting everyday human relationships. And guess what happened the moment people were given a way to anonymously report their neighbor? Nothing good. People began to suspect each other and whisper behind one another's back. Accusations turned into personal feuds. Tension kept rising, and in a few cases, the fallout was tragic. One of the most talked about episodes involved a farmer named Mike Wallace, who was shot after a dispute fueled by allegations of illegal use of patented seeds. But that's a horrific extreme. What usually happens when a company receives a tip like that? Suspicion alone isn't enough for the court. In a patent dispute, you need evidence, otherwise the case falls apart. Rumors and complaints don't mean anything by themselves. You have to confirm that a specific crop really contains unauthorized genetic traits. So the next step is an inspection. Specialists collect plant samples and run lab tests. Hey! I have the right to remain silent. As part of an investigation, company representatives or outside experts come to the farm, take plant samples, and send them off for testing. So what if the lab confirms the patented gene is present in samples from the field? From a patent law perspective, it's pretty simple. If a protected genetic trait is found in a plant, using it without a license can be considered infringement. After that, the company moves to official action. The farmer receives a letter asking them to explain where the seeds came from, provide proof of purchase, or discuss an out-of-court settlement. From there, everything depends on the evidence and how willing both sides are to resolve it without going to trial. So how widespread did those letters and inspections become? Are those isolated incidents or a systemic practice? When a technology is used across huge areas of farmland, even rare checks add up nationwide and end up affecting a lot of farms. In a single state, it might seem uncommon, but overall, we're talking dozens and hundreds of cases already. Every investigation starts with one specific field and one specific situation, but the bigger picture isn't encouraging. In different years, hundreds of U.S. farmers faced inspections, settlement talks, payment demands, or lawsuits. Why does everyone keep bringing up one particular example when they talk about Monsanto letters? Because even the notice itself could upend a farmer's life. The whole logic of these investigations is that the pressure starts long before a case ever reaches court. A person suddenly has to dig up paperwork, find proof of purchase, talk to lawyers, and explain where their seeds came from. That means time, money, and a reputational risk, especially in a small rural community where everyone knows everyone. Did you see? He got a letter. He always seems suspicious to me. Oh, give me a break. It's a postcard from my sister. That's what they all say. That's exactly how farmer Dave Runyon described it. He said that after receiving the letter, he had to prove the origin of his planting stock and live with the constant fear of a lawsuit, even though the matter still hadn't officially gone to court. But how did one company manage to spread its technology across such a large share of agriculture? One successful product isn't enough. Think about how the market works. To stay dominant for the long haul, you have to become part of the industry's backbone. Not just sell a technology from the outside, but embed yourself in the companies that already breed, produce, and sell seeds to farmers. A license gives influence, but ownership delivers real control over breeding programs, brands, and distribution channels. That's why in the 1990s, Monsanto began aggressively buying major seed companies. Step by step, it reshaped its role in the market. It moved from being a chemical manufacturer to becoming one of the biggest players in the global seed business. Why did farmers start switching to these seeds in huge numbers, even knowing there were restrictions and licenses? Farmers usually ask two questions. What's it going to cost me? And will it make my job easier? If a new technology saves fuel, reduces the number of passes across the field, and cuts down on time, great, you take it. And weed control has always been one of the hardest and riskiest parts of farming. One mistake could cost you a chunk of the crop. Roundup Ready crops offered a simpler system. Once the seedlings came up, a farmer could spray the field with a single herbicide without worrying about harming the main crop. No need to juggle multiple products or follow a complicated schedule. So what happened to the neighbors of the farmers who switched to Roundup Ready crops? In agriculture, work doesn't neatly stop at property lines. When fields are sprayed, a lot depends on the weather, wind can carry part of the mist onto nearby farms. And if those fields are planted with crops that aren't resistant to the chemical, even a small amount of drift can cause what feels like a little genocide. That created a new kind of risk for farmers who stuck with conventional seeds. Their harvest became vulnerable to treatments happening next door. As a result, some farms switched to resistant seeds, not so much for convenience, but simply to protect their crops. Doesn't it feel like chemicals operate like the mafia? They offer protection and threaten consequences if you refuse it? So what happened to the market as more and more farmers chose the same technology? The mechanics are pretty straightforward. The more widely a single genetic trait is used, the more leverage its owner gains. Every new contract deepens the dependency across the entire chain, from seed producers to companies that process the harvest. Once a technology becomes common and routine, it gradually turns into the standard and alternatives fade into the background. That's essentially what happened. Monsanto's genetic traits came to dominate U.S. farmland, covering a large share of soybeans, corn, and cotton. Essentially, the company gained significant influence over how those crops were produced. In short, it took control of the fields. And that leads to the next question. What happens when the same technology is applied across millions of acres? I mean, we're still talking about chemicals here. Are they actually safe? The reality is, the larger the scale, the greater the scrutiny. When a chemical is used nationwide, its effects get examined under a microscope. How it impacts soil, water, plants, farmers, and ultimately consumers. Studies multiply, public debate grows, and government regulators step in. This chemical's been under that spotlight for years. For years, Monsanto has maintained that it's safe when used as directed, and backs that claim with extensive data. And how's that data collected anyway? No one relies on a single study or a single opinion. Pesticide evaluation is a long, multi-stage process. Scientists examine animal studies, analyze how the substance affects cells, review epidemiological data in humans, and assess how the product performs under real-world conditions. Everything matters here: dosage, route of exposure, frequency, and duration of contact. These assessments can take years and involve dozens of scientific papers. For a long time, agencies such as the United States Environmental Protection Agency have classified this chemical as safe, if applied correctly. But what if scientists had come to different conclusions? In science, it often comes down to what question you're actually asking. Some experts assess risk in real-world conditions, how likely harm is at typical doses and normal use. Others look at whether a substance can cause a disease in principle. Those are two different lenses: the likelihood of harm versus the inherent hazard. Since the methods differ, the wording can differ too. One group emphasizes practical exposure levels and permitted limits. Another focuses on whether the agent can, under certain conditions, cause cancer at all. That difference in approach surfaced in 2015 when experts at the International Agency for Research on Cancer classified the chemical as probably carcinogenic to humans. That didn't ban it, but it did intensify public debate and draw even more attention. But if one agency talks about risk and others say the substance is safe, who are we supposed to believe? The main clash comes from different frameworks. Some organizations judge a substance's ability to cause cancer, its potential hazard, even at unusual or high exposures. Others evaluate real-world risk. What actually happens with normal use, factoring in exposure levels, frequency, and working conditions. These approaches are not mutually exclusive, but they can produce different phrasing. So the conclusions may sound contradictory even when they're describing the same substance. So basically, everyone's got their own truth, but overall, the substance is safe. Okay, and if an international agency says there might be a link to cancer, what happens next? Findings like that rarely stay in academic journals. Once there's a hint of possible harm, the issue quickly moves beyond the lab and into the legal world. And the media, of course. People who believe they've been affected begin taking legal action. They demand compensation and blame the manufacturer. That's exactly what happened after the IARC assessment was published. In the U.S., thousands of lawsuits were filed against Monsanto. Plaintiffs claimed that using the Roundup herbicide led to non-Hodgkin lymphoma and asked the court to recognize a link between the disease and exposure to the product. So how did all of this end once the number of claims became truly massive? In reality, mass litigation's always a major risk for a large company. It's not just about money, it's also about reputation and years of uncertainty. In situations like this, corporations often decide not to fight every case in a long individual trial and instead look for a global settlement. It's cheaper and it helps calm a lot of the backlash at once. That's the path the Roundup story followed. In 2020, Bayer, which had already acquired Monsanto by then, announced a settlement worth more than $10 billion. This money was used to resolve a significant share of the health-related claims. Okay, I get it. The scientific conclusions don't line up. But what actually happened to the agricultural system itself? When one technology becomes the standard, it slowly reshapes not only the market, but farmers' day-to-day work. Seed choices change, treatment routines change, the decision-making logic in the field changes. Step by step, a new production model takes shape. Today, a large share of global agriculture relies on genetically modified crops that can withstand chemical herbicides, and along with that, the very idea of ownership has changed. When seeds are protected by patents, a farmer isn't just buying grain, they're buying the right to use a technology. A degree of control over what grows in the field remains permanently with the company that created that genetic trait. You owe me a life. See you later.
Don't ask.
What?
Sit down. Dog is going nuts.
Iran is begging for mercy. Iranian intelligence officers have reached out to the CIA asking to discuss terms for ending the conflict. American response? Too late. And the man who ordered the assassination attempt on Trump, well, he's dead too. Now, I'm sure you guys have heard that the intensity was going to increase after day 2. Well, last night it did. Just take a listen. That's the sound of IRGC targets getting hit in Tehran, recorded by Iranian citizens just hours before I'm recording this video. One commentator called it literal hell for the Iranian military. Then we also have General Dan Kane explaining the scale of the operation that started just 4 days ago. This has been one of the most intense military operations in modern history, and the stats are just about first 24 hours. Take a listen.
Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003, minus Paul Bremer and the nation building. The campaign has 7 times the intensity of Israel's previous operations against Iran during the 12-day war. 7 times. And as President Trump said, more and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today. And now, with complete control of the skies, we will be using 500-pound, 1,000-pound, and 2,000-pound GPS and laser-guided precision gravity bombs, of which we have a nearly unlimited stockpile. We used more exquisite standoff munitions at the start, but no longer need to. Our stockpiles of those, as well as Patriots, remains extremely strong. The enemy can no longer shoot the volume of missiles they once did, not even close. And the chairman will lay out some of those percentages. So our air defenses and that of our allies have plenty of runway. We can sustain this fight easily for as long as we need to. And as I said yesterday, we set the terms.
We're now on day 5. Over 2,000 targets have been hit inside Iran just by US military alone. But here's what's really breaking Iran. They are running out of missile launchers. Look at these numbers. On day 1, Iran launched 350 missiles. On day 5, it was down to only 40. On day 1, they launched nearly 300 drones. On day 5, it was down to 45. Iran's entire strategy is to increase the cost on the US and its ally until they agree to a ceasefire. But you can't really do that if you can't launch missiles. I'm guessing Iran was getting its advice from Twitter, because Iran's math was pretty simple. Iran wanted more missiles than there are interceptors in the region, and then the Iranian leadership believed that, hey, they'll come out ahead since they got more missiles. But this is where they forgot that the US and Israel have focused on destroying launchers, not just missiles. Iran might have thousands of missiles stockpiled, but it doesn't matter if they don't have the launchers to launch those missiles. Well, 3 days ago we learned from Israeli officials that Iran's launcher capability had been cut in half. And now it's getting worse. According to a report that just came out 2 hours ago, Iran only has a couple of more days of missile strikes left in them. Not because they are running out of missiles, but because they are running out of launchers. For Iran, launchers are basically one and done thing. They use it once, then the US surveillance finds it, and then it gets destroyed before they can move it back to safety. This is exactly why we are seeing less and less impacts happening all around the Middle East, including the Gulf nations and of course Israel. Here's General Kane again explaining the drop-off.
As of this morning, U.S. Central Command is making steady progress. Iran's theater ballistic missile shots fired are down 86% from the first day of fighting, with a 23% decrease just in the last 24 hours. And their one-way attack drone shots are down 73% from the opening days. This progress has allowed CENTCOM to establish localized air superiority across the southern flank of the Iranian coast and penetrate their defenses with overwhelming precision and firepower. We will now begin to expand inland, striking progressively deeper into Iranian territory and creating additional freedom of maneuver for U.S. forces.
And now here's something interesting and a little ironic. Admiral Cooper yesterday confirmed that US Army itself is now launching one-way drones into Iran. These are basically better versions of the Shahed drone that Iran invented and the same drone that they have been giving to Russia, which Russia uses to kill Ukrainian civilians. Well, guess what? US took the design, improved it, and now it's sending it back to Iran to take out the people who basically invented this drone. Take a listen.
Also for the first time, US Central Command's drone task force, called Task Force Scorpion Strike, launched countless one-way attack drones, achieving massive effects. I'd like to point out these drones were originally an Iranian design. We took them back to America, made them better, and fired them right back at Iran.
Now, before we look at how much resources the US military has committed to this operation, I do want to request you guys to just take a second, hit that like and subscribe button down below, because it really does help us out in the algorithm. Now, here are the numbers that Admiral King, the commander of the Central Command, made public. Over 50,000 US troops, more than 200 fighter jets, 2 aircraft carriers, and almost every type of bombers we have. In fact, these bombers are flying from the continental United States to Iran, dropping the payload and returning without even landing anywhere. That's more than 3 hours of round trip happening every single night. We have seen B-1, we have seen B-2s, and we have seen B-52s, all 3 being used in this operation. Now, of course, that round trip all the way might change now that we have permission from the UK to use the Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean, but then again, I don't exactly know, because UK has been very specific about the fact that we can only use their bases for defensive purposes, and I don't know if UK would qualify bombers as being defensive. Hopefully that changes in the future pretty soon. Nonetheless though, for Iran, the pain is real, and that's why Iran is reaching out. We got a report this morning that Iranian intelligence officers from the Ministry of Intelligence actually contacted the CIA with an offer to discuss terms for ending the conflict. Now, I want to be clear here, these are intelligence officers, not political leadership like Ali Larijani. So it's unclear exactly how much authority they do have, but again, just a caveat to my own point, Iran is kind of a state where intelligence officers do have a lot of power, like Soviet Union. You know, so this is clearly not nothing, but it's probably not as powerful as like someone like Ali Larijani reaching out directly. Anyways though, it doesn't seem like US is interested. We've already covered this before, but this was President Trump's statement just a day ago. Iranian Air Force gone, Iranian Air Defense, Navy, leadership, everything is gone. They want to talk, I said too late. Now, we don't exactly know because the report came out after the statement, but it's very possible that this post might be referring to exactly the outreach that we're talking about. Maybe the administration knew about it before it became public and already rebuffed the attempts. Now, of course, based on Iranian state TV, it seems the remaining leadership, at least publicly, isn't interested in a ceasefire either, even though they are getting destroyed. Now, officially, Trump administration has said that regime change is not a stated objective of this operation. The White House has not made that public. But that doesn't mean that they're not hoping for a regime change. Especially based on some of the preparations and reports we have seen, it seems like a regime change is the goal, but that's not stated officially. Now, talking about the regime change, President Trump was recently asked about Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah. The question was basically if Reza Pahlavi is a good option to lead Iran after there is a regime change. Now, Trump's answer was interesting. He publicly acknowledged what many Iranian experts have said before. Pahlavi is popular outside of Iran, but inside of Iran, his support is not as strong as many people think. Now, I know a lot of people get very emotional when they hear something like that, so I want to be clear. President Trump is seeing that directly, and I'm guessing he probably has better intelligence than most people who are watching my videos. So take a listen.
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
And one more thing, you guys might remember just before the Butler assassination attempt against President Trump, there was another assassination plot ordered by Iran. The news broke just a day before the Butler incident, and that's why it got buried in the news cycle. Well, guess what? The Iranian official who ordered that assassination is now gone. Here's more details. Secretary Hegseth and General Kane confirming it this morning.
We've known for a long time that Iran had intentions on trying to kill President Trump and or other U.S. Officials. And while that was not the focus of the effort by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, never raised by the president or anybody else, I ensured and others ensured that those who were responsible for that were eventually part of the target list. It wasn't the beginning of the effort. We were focused on missiles and launchers, and that's the focus. But ultimately, if we had the opportunity to get at those who are trying to get at Americans specifically, we would. And so we eventually had the opportunity to do that from the air. And then on the matter with Turkey, I'll have to get back to you on exactly what the intercept looked like at that. We're aware of that particular engagement, although no sense that it would trigger anything like Article 5. No. Tie, right there. You got a tie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Come back to the BBC. Can you give us...
An Orange County memorial to Vietnam War veterans is being torn down today. KTLA's Orange County Bureau Chief Chip Yost is live in Fountain Valley with the reason for the demolition. Hi, Chip.
Yeah, hello there. Yeah, here behind me is where what was supposed to be a $1 million Vietnam War wall memorial once stood, but it stands no more. This morning, it was torn down before ever being opened to the public and is now part of disgraced former Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe's legacy. Wednesday morning, a Vietnam memorial wall that county officials say someone was paid $1 million to build was torn down before ever being completed or being presented to the public. Convicted and disgraced former Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe was behind the project. Doe pled guilty in 2024 in a bribery case involving his funneling of millions of dollars from the county to the Viet America Society and Peter Pham, who was also indicted by the feds. In his plea agreement, Doe admitted that $1 million of those dollars was given to the group to build a Vietnam War memorial wall. But when county officials asked for records about how that portion of the money was spent, his successor, Janet Nguyen, told us in November they got nothing back.
There's not a lot of documents on this site. We don't know what was spent and how it was spent. We don't know what materials was used. We don't know anything.
And when Nguyen visited the wall to see what that money had paid for, she expressed disgust at what she saw.
When I saw this, it's a disgrace. It's so heartbreaking to see that this is how we honor our veterans. It is not. This is not who we are.
Now, Nguyen said that Peter Pham, before apparently fleeing the country, did give $150,000 of that $1 million back. We're now here at Miles Square Park in Fountain Valley. I'm Chip Yost, KTNLA 5 News.
I can't take it anymore. The entire internet was celebrating today when Jasmine Crockett lost her seat. Everybody was dancing straight to Popeyes or Waffle House or wherever, you know, Jasmine Crockett was gonna go. It has been a blast seeing all of the memes. This is literally what AI was created for. Jasmine Crockett out of Congress. Dancing, so they kind of point out line. Ladies and gentlemen, I could watch these all day, but has anybody asked, like, wait a second, is the new boss going to be worse than the old boss? Who beat Jasmine Crockett in this contested Senate race? It's the most expensive in history of Texas. James Tallarico is the person who did it. James Tallarico is a state representative currently. He's a middle school teacher. He looks like it. He looks like if the Book of Mormon was a person. And was sentient, and it, you know, procreated with soy lattes and the Boy Scouts, I guess, but like the gay Boy Scouts? I don't know, man. I mean, like, you decide, okay? You decide. I've never seen anybody so blasphemous, so heterical. It's like in his Christian beliefs and also in his cringe posting. Somebody who hates himself so much. I got the coolest action figures for Christmas, he says. Thank you to all the healthcare superheroes working today. Let's get Baxter boosted. So he's one of these guys. Texas, you really gonna do this? You gonna put Dr. Fauci real life action figure in? Notice how it's for ages 14 plus. Isn't that amazing? It's dangerous. This is a man who openly bitched about not having pronouns on their cards at the state level. The Texas Capitol can be a hostile environment for trans neighbors. This is a real tweet. Our office is the first in history to add pronouns to our official names. It's a small way to tell trans tech you are welcome. This guy hates his skin. He hates his skin color. He literally hates being a white person. This is literally white people hate. Look at this. Ahmad Arbi, whatever, you know, new psyop from the left, okay. White skin gives me and every white American immunity from the virus. But we spread it wherever we go. He sees white people as a virus. He says that we're a virus. Through our words, our actions, our systems.
We don't have to be showing symptoms like a white hood or a Confederate flag to be contagious. He views being white as a virus. This guy hates white people. Radicalized white men are the greatest domestic terror threat in the country. Black Americans in a church, Mexican Americans in a store, Asian Americans in a spa, radicalized white men are the greatest domestic threat to the country. So just a self-loathing white guy. And there's no other on the left, by the way. There's no such thing as anything other than a self-loathing white guy on the left. Gavin Newsom. No, dude, that guy hates himself. I mean, did you waking up every day? That guy hates himself. Democrat Presbyterian seminarian James Tallarico has won the Democrat primary for U.S. Senate. Here are some of his beliefs. He thinks illegal immigrant children are more patriotic than American children. He thinks the Torah tells you how to give an abortion. He thinks the trans community needs abortions too. He thinks there are 6 genders. He thinks God is non-binary. The Bible supports gay marriage. He thinks Jesus supported abortion because he talked to and was kind to women. And he thinks that Mother Mary's Annunciation is proof that God supports abortion. Okay. Bold strategy. We'll play you those clips in just a second, but it's all on tape. Do you believe that Christianity is a true religion? I believe Christianity points to the truth. I also think other religions point to the same truth. Shut up. No. Do other religions point to the divinity of Christ and Christ alone? Okay, well, if you don't think that, and that is not what Islam does. That's not what Judaism does, obviously. That is not what other, Hinduism or anything else does. So, dude, you're not a Christian then if you say that. As far be it from me, I'm not going to judge the guy's soul, okay? What I'm saying is, Christianity is pretty clear about Jesus being the way, the truth, and the life. That's what it says. So if you're saying that, Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, and Judaism, right here, are the same, and that it's just all a mystery, then you don't believe in the foundational pillar of Christianity, obviously. God is non-binary. Whew, it's a tough one. How do you even say stuff like this without lightning bolts? I don't know. Jesus Christ is a radical feminist. Ugh, same. From a church pulpit. The way they do this from a church pulpit, dude, is brutal. Also, look at that congregation. You know what I mean? He wants to tear down the secret police force and haul in these masked men. He's talking about the Trump administration. Nice. He's actually crazy. This is who the modern Democrat Party wants to run for office. Seems normal and bland, but actually incredibly radical. More radical than Ilhan Omar, as a matter of fact. He wants to put criminal aliens back on taxpayer-funded health care. The guy is psycho. I've never seen a white person who hates white people as much as James Tallarico hates white people. She makes Jasmine Crockett look like the voice of reason. I mean, I couldn't believe it, but it is. It's true. James Tallarico is not moderate. He's just white.
I got the mics on. Oof. Okay, let's deal with it.
Hanging out. People are calling him Beto 2.0. Woof. Next moderate James Tallarico. He says that white people are a virus. He,
Israeli attacks have struck 33 civilian sites across Iran, including hospitals, schools, residential areas, and historic sites. Earlier today, airstrikes destroyed Tehran's Azadi Stadium, which has hosted international soccer matches. Meanwhile, 2 Iranian Red Crescent Society paramedics told Middle East Eye last weekend's bombing of an elementary school in southern Iran was a so-called double-tap airstrike, with the second strike coming after the school's principal called parents and told them to come and pick up their children. The strikes killed about 175 people.
You waited for mom to get to sleep and now you're not touching. You're not touching. Sweetheart.
Iran is continuing to strike U.S. military bases across the Middle East and the countries that host them. Iraqi forces say they shot down a drone targeting a U.S.-based Baghdad International Airport. Saudi Arabia's military says it intercepted and destroyed 10 drones and 2 missiles.
No.
United Arab Emirates, 6 people injured by falling over.
You don't. You don't want any of this? But I can't take it. Okay, well, I give up. Time to put the cone on and she's not eating. All right. I'm not eating for this order.
Iranian drones struck its territory Thursday, hitting an airport terminal near the school building. 2 civilians were wounded as Russia and Saudi Iran's announced precision and threatening a response. Iran's foreign ministry later denied targeting. Meanwhile, Iran's armed forces have denied firing any missile towards Turkish territory after Turkey's military said missiles fired towards Turkish airspace was shot down by NATO and missile defense systems. Israel's military has ordered tens of thousands of additional residents in southern Lebanon to evacuate dozens of villages were based out. Military spokesperson posted a message in Arabic on X reading residents of southern Lebanon must move immediately to areas north of the military border. Some 200,000 people live in the region on Thursday. There were massive traffic jams as panicked residents tried to push police into the workers and aided. Meanwhile, the Lebanon's ministry says Israeli attacks have killed 84 people north of Lebanon with several airstrikes overnight in southern Beirut. Beirut neighborhoods where Israel issued enforced evacuation orders. On Capitol Hill, 3 more veterans suffered minorities who was thrown out of a hearing with Capitol Police Wednesday after it disrupted a Senate hearing to protest the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Citizens in Israel says dead as he was arrested by Capitol Police officers from the center
Not a bit. Not a single morsel. That's what we want to do.
Elsewhere in Washington, D.C., demonstrators from the anti-war movement Thursday disrupted a Heritage Foundation conference protesting the Benfix rule in drafting policies that boost military funding and support U.S. interventions overseas. In Related News, new research suggests human activities cause pollution levels to rise far faster than different plans previously.
This is what I think. He's on that one single. Okay. Sounds gold is worth $2,000 cash, but I know people gotta take what they know, time to teach them a lesson. We have $1,000 cash, ounce gold. We have $1,000 cash, ounce gold. $1,000 an ounce of gold. Which one do you choose? Smart choice. This is worth $2,000, so don't cash anything. We have $1,000 cash, ounce gold. You're gonna take the cash, but because we took a smaller amount of values, the punishment. First, your money goes up in the air. You chose the wrong amount, my friend. May that be a lesson to you, alright? Some people are smart, some people are not, some people walk right past it. That was a little lesson from TransYC.com right here. Unfortunately,
You can't make this shit up, bro. Like fucking people, you can literally see taking it up.
Sweetie, I mean, I'm concerned. I really am. I mean, at least have some milk. I mean, it's just shocking when you don't eat. It's all. I know it's being more trying to get through this. I'm sure that's me.
This is what happens when you put policy on a 100-year-old platform. They started making novel labels all the way back in 1913. But we don't know what the date is on this one because it's totally gone. And that's why we're putting acid on it. The acid that we're putting on this is called DNA. They can restore the date when it's missing. It's like some metals and other things that they. But remember, this is an acid, so it's very dangerous. So we're going to go ahead and place a little down one of us right there on the page. And it's going to take about 30 seconds for this to work. While we're waiting, hit that like and subscribe. And don't forget to share this video with your friends. This is the best way to support my channel. Or if you've been about 30 seconds, water and right on the once take a look and see what we got here. It looks like I can see a date. It's 1924, so this is over 100 years. Let's find out how many women. Alright, as we go down to 1924, I can go over to the vintage. It looks like there's about 21,600,000 of these vintage. It's a common point. So it's only going to be worth about this today. I can put on report my biggest. This is what happens when you put gas. They started making bubble. They go to the Tina Bar.
What are you doing?
I'm holding her. At least she had milk, but she's on strike from any. I don't know what I'm gonna do. She liked the liver, but she can't have that much liver. Yeah, she had it last night, but she would not touch. She wouldn't have one bite of her chicken or dog food at all. She just wouldn't. I'm wasting CBD. Some of these guys. Oh.
Can you go over there and put something on my camera?
How am I supposed to put on it?
I don't know.
This is too heavy.
Pick something else.
A shirt?
Oh god. Not one of the biggest things that I have. Can you pick a napkin or something? I got a drawer full of clothes I'm trying to get to here.
I know, but where are napkins?
You see it has that lip thing, you can shove it underneath that the black top. You're wild. The camera!
Oh! Babe, it's what happens when I don't
Babe,
get it.
under...
Yeah, I know. Yes. Went to my TV thing. I mean, it's for my TV. I just didn't want him to wreck it. Thanks.
Yeah. What, the napkin over the mic?
Well, I'm like, that doesn't make sense, but this is what
would
happens
that
if
even
I don't
do?
sleep well.
What would that do?
Hey, wait.
I'm
You
just
got
kidding.
9 hours, he got probably 12, and I got 5 at the most. I mean, I can't help it.
Why are you judging shit off of hours of
Because I know myself, I don't do well. It's like hard for, I get scatterbrained if I don't get enough sleep. Especially because I'm stressed about everything.
Pick one.
Stress and not enough sleep. It's not a good combination. Like, I sometimes feel like I'm just going to collapse from the stress. Like, I yawned over nothing about this. Her not eating, she had milk. But I mean,
I gotta eat first, guys, and I'll come back.
it's milk, and maybe she could appreciate it. I hope she's just tired of it. She's just not tired. I just feel tired still right now.
It's been windy since sunrise. It's not even that windy though, babe. I mean, it's not even doing the popping thing. It's not really windy. It's just breezing. But yeah, it's definitely better than stagnant air in the desert. I've always hated stagnant air.
I mean, that's crazy. I'm like 2 yesterday.
Yeah, they said winter wasn't done yet. Yeah, well, this is the last bit of winter, but I'm saying they were saying winter wasn't done just yet.
Especially in other states, it's snowing.
Yeah. Fantastic. Is there a nug in there? Did you want some?
I mean, a few plus because I have a few sips of my drink.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm hoping she just doesn't want to eat that much because she has a food. But it's concerning. But she gladly drank the milk. So I think she's just tired of the same food. And I'm trying to figure out what to give her. But then she didn't want to bite of the oatmeal. And she didn't eat it. So. And then she has to fast for 12 hours for that thing. And also, like I said, those pills are not going to make her sedated enough. I don't like that intramuscular shot, but I'd rather have that than have her be hysterical. Because her heart rate was so high, they can't even take a normal reading, accurate reading of it. That's not good for her. All that stress. Because I have to know how to. Well, I need to do her kidney test that morning. I have a kid. I don't want to forget. Actually, I probably have to order weed today. There's one more big nugget left. I'll take. Oh, I don't remember what day that was. Sure, it's on the receipt or on my text here. Hold on. Going by the text, it was on Friday.
Well, did you get the text from your landlord yesterday?
No.
Well, yeah, it's because I clicked read and...
Well, that's kind of important.
Yeah, just... I mean, it was at 3 in the afternoon. I mean...
Well, gee. I mean, that's...
You don't look, you look for your text.
Great. See, yeah, this is kind of important that I know about something that, about my rent has to be current. So it made no sense to say, hold on to it, now it has to be current. Probably they're sneaky and they're just trying to get rid of us. The paperwork for Jerry Cecil's estate is nearly complete and all tenants will need to be current on their rent. I have that you are paid through February of 2025, so that will mean 13 months of rent will need to be ready. And then for April, there will be a bank account in place for you to deposit future rents, which was what I offered Gary. But how am I going to have that money? If someone tells you don't hold on to it, and I didn't even have it all, and I'm supposed to have 13 months of rent now?
Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know.
You're my best friend forever.
Might serve here for an aperitif to balm the weariness of Sir's manifold journeys.
Did you know that communists have an organ behind their eyes that converts salt water into fresh? Or, wait, is that penguins? Citizen, did you know that communists have an organ behind their eyes that converts salt water into fresh? Or, wait, is that penguins?
my best friend forever.
the exact same technology. Who are you? I'm you. At the same time, Monsanto was buying seed companies and pouring money into biotech. In 1996, it wasn't even in the top 10 global industry leaders, but by 2010, it already controlled about 17% of the global commercial seed market. But if the seed market already follows patent rules, what happens to a farmer who breaks the terms, even by mistake?
FBI, open up!
A gene patent works the same way as a patent on any other technology. The patent holder has the right to defend it in court and seek damages for unauthorized use. There aren't special exceptions just because it's agriculture. So yes, in the U.S., for saving seeds that contained patented genes. The lawsuit stated genuinely big numbers. Damages could be assessed at multiples of a licensing fee. We're talking, for example, about hundreds of dollars per bag of soybeans, plus legal costs. What, you thought I was just cracking jokes in these little skits? Nope, this is dead serious. So what happens if a farmer never bought those seeds at all, but the gene still shows up in their field? Biology doesn't respect property lines, plants exchange pollen, and the wind can carry it straight onto neighboring fields. Corn, for instance, is wind-pollinated, and its pollen can travel a noticeable distance. So the appearance of a new gene doesn't always mean someone intentionally planted it. That became the core of the arguments. In theory, a patented gene can end up in a crop on its own through cross-pollination. In a number of disputes, farmers argued that the illegal plants showed up for precisely that reason. And nobody bought anything. Nobody planted anything. The wind blew it in, I swear, officer. But why did farmers start switching to these seeds in such huge numbers, even knowing about the patents and restrictions? The answer is in what day-to-day work in the field actually looks like. Weed control means time, fuel, machinery, and multiple spray passes each season. Every extra operation adds costs and increases risk. So when there's a method that can simplify the whole routine, it gets people's interest. Roundup Ready technology offered exactly that. Instead of juggling different chemicals and a complicated spraying schedule, a farmer got a simple, reliable model. Treat the field with one product at one specific time. The crop is fine, the weeds die, everyone's happy. So why not just switch to a different herbicide if the crop has been engineered to tolerate one? Instinctively, that sounds like the obvious move, but the tolerance is built around a specific mode of action. The Roundup Ready gene protects the plant from one particular chemical, not from every herbicide on Earth. Remember the poisonous mushrooms? Yeah, if you swap out the product, the protection might stop working. That's where the dependency comes in. By changing the herbicide, a farmer risks losing the technology's main advantage. Over time, it turns into an entire system. When a farm buys the seeds, it's effectively locking itself into a specific spraying program. It's no longer just about grain, it's a whole production model tied to using Roundup chemistry. And that's when I thought, how did a chemical company end up at the center of the seed market in the first place? When you hear about patented crops and genes, you expect the story to be driven by traditional plant breeders. But it played out differently. If a company has spent years selling agricultural chemicals, it makes sense that it would expand its influence from the products to the plants those products are used on. Of course, Monsanto didn't start as a seed company. In its early decades, it focused on industrial chemistry and agricultural chemicals, then gradually began investing in biotechnology. That's how the shift happened step by step, from a chemical manufacturer to a major player in genetically modified seeds. But looking back, what kinds of substances did the company produce before all the genetic stuff? Like I said, Monsanto worked in agricultural chemistry and other industrial compounds. It was a chemical company with everything that goes with it. In the mid-20th century, it was involved in producing defoliants, chemicals designed to destroy vegetation. They were used not only in agriculture, but also for military purposes. The most famous example is its involvement in producing Agent Orange used during Operation Ranch Hand in the Vietnam War. Vietnam War and agriculture sound like two things that don't belong in the same sentence, right? Let me walk you through it. It all came down to controlling territory. Vietnam's dense jungles gave guerrilla fighters cover, made surveillance harder, and slowed troop movement. On top of that, farmland could supply food to the opposing side, so the U.S. military figured remove the vegetation and locals lose both concealment and part of their resources. That's why during Operation Ranch Hand, aircraft sprayed hundreds of thousands of gallons of defoliants, including Agent Orange. But if Agent Orange was designed to destroy plants, why are people still arguing about it in courts today? The issue wasn't its intended purpose, it was how it was made. On paper, it was just a defoliant. But during production, an unintended byproduct could form. It wasn't part of the planned formula, and it wasn't supposed to be there. Yet it was terribly toxic. And the contamination? Yeah, it was seriously dangerous. Specifically, the dioxin TCDD is considered one of the most toxic compounds known. It's been linked to severe illnesses, increased cancer risk, and birth defects. That's what triggered so many long-term consequences and legal battles. But if that byproduct was that toxic, what happened to the people who worked in those factories? They must have had some kind of protection, right? They did, didn't they? In chemical manufacturing, workers inevitably come into contact with raw material